Yo, good morning, gentlemen. Video is so back. We got Shroud. We got Cannon. We got Stoops. We have our homegrown homies. Holy. They will play longer than a week. Yeah. We need, I think, to get Shroud to stay, we need Solaire to come, and we need like Armin to bring him to the dojo. I think Solaire is the best chance for Shroud. I'm not sure so much about Stoops. I think Stoops has probably the most potential. He strikes me as somebody that would probably grind it out and just chill and vibe, you know? And as for Cannon, I think he wants to play the game, but I don't think the community will let him play the game. Not in the sense that, like, they're going to just make it so miserable for him. I'm sure that's going to happen a little bit. But I think just the constant teasing, even if the in-game harassment doesn't happen, there'll be memes and videos and people bugging him and teasing him all the time. He's going to have to nonstop deal with people being like, this is the guy that got one-sided decks removed. Like, and I think that's just going to play a toll on him, right? Having to constantly deal with that. And I think he's just going to get over it. He's just going to be like, fine, I'll just go somewhere else. I want him to stay. I think the community is their own worst enemy. I think what people need to realize is, sure, maybe you do disagree with Cannon. Maybe you believe a lot of the stuff that you've heard. But he has a massive community of people who love MMOs. He's an MMO enjoyer, right? And like a lot of those people that he brings to the game might discover BDO for the first time and fall in love with the game. But there's so many people out there acting like it's an existential crisis to the game and to them. You get so overwhelmed trying to remember everything at one time. Yeah, that's the hardest thing about BDO. I'll be honest, I think it's even worse for returning players. When you're a new player, you know, there's a lot to learn, but you're learning it all for the first time. But BDO has changed so much that, like, you'll be trying to remember what you know, and what you know might not be worthwhile anymore. And then you have this inventory full of stuff that you don't know what has value anymore, either because maybe it's changed or you just don't remember, right? And you're trying to sort all that stuff out with all your characters, trying to get them set up. I think it's much more overwhelming for a returning player that's been gone for a couple of years than it is for an actual new player. Yeah. Divios will help Stoops. I think Divios would be a good mentor for Stoops. I think Armin would be a good mentor for Proud. $395 is max, but there's a +1 AP from the Blessing of Morning buff. Oh, shit. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to change that. Yo, what is up, bro? Yo, what the hell? Yo, I just fired it up. I gotta get more coffee in my system. Yo, what's up, Liger? Thank you so much for the raid, brother. I appreciate it tremendously. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Dude, I'm pissed at Pearl Abyss. I think they need to, now more than ever, they need to get Solaire up and running for all the new people who are interested in BDO. I think it's so important that they see how exciting and cool PvP can be in BDO early on before they think this game is just all circles. I think it's so fucking important. Okay, I actually want to change the die on that. We'll keep that. Remember which is, oh, that's the chain. And then this is the one, I want to do this, the purple. There we go, yeah, now I just got to save up enough for the main hand. I need 25 more. Yeah. Catch you later, man. Get some rest. Probably was a late night. The late 13 hour? Holy. I did a couple of those with the Crimson Desert release. That first weekend and the second weekend, holy. I haven't streamed that much in my life. I don't know how people do it. Someone just came back to back, 13, 15-hour streams. What do you mean? Oh, I don't know why I read came back to back. Some back to back 13 to 15-hour streams is crazy. That is, yeah. How many Sakurai memories do you get an hour? I think most people get around like 4 or 5, right? It seems like it's every somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know the exact time. Also depends on how many AFKs I take too, right? Sometimes an AFK, if you AFK a little too long, it kind of resets the timer. My max stream's usually 3 hours, too busy for anything more. Yeah. Throughout the week, my streams are about 5 hours long, right? 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. because I basically drop everybody off at school and shit. And then I come home, I fire up the stream. It's 9 a.m. And then 2 p.m. I got to go start picking everybody up and getting them ready for dance. So, yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays. That's what my days look like. And then Saturdays and Mondays, I kind of go crazy. We're gonna be streaming a solid amount this weekend, though. So Thursday I won't be streaming this week. I got to take my daughter to the orthodontist in the middle of the day, so there just won't be time to stream. I'll probably just play a little bit of Crimson Desert on my own. But Saturday is going to be a later stream. I'm going to be starting later than usual, probably around noon, because my daughter has a singing competition in the morning. And then Sunday, I normally don't stream. This week I will be streaming. And I will do a long stream on Sunday. And then Monday, I'm going to be doing an early stream. I'll wake up early, do an early stream. And I'll have to end it a bit earlier than usual. But because I'll be starting earlier, it'll be still a solid size stream. And then Tuesday, we'll be back to a normal short stream. And then Wednesday I'm gone. Thursday I'm gone. Friday I'm gone. Saturday I'm gone. Sunday I'm gone. Monday I'm gone. Tuesday I'm gone. And then Wednesday I'll be back. We'll be back to our normal routine. I'm getting 4, was wondering if some get 5. 4 is probably about right. Because I think it's just a timer thing. I don't know if it's variable or if it's a fixed amount of time. I think there is a little bit of variance to it. So maybe if you get lucky, like, I think you can't have them faster than every 10 minutes. But you can't have them, like, slower than every 15 minutes. No mukbang stream while traveling? Yeah. I'll just put the camera on the tip of my nose looking at my face. You guys can look straight into my eyes the whole time. I want to actually go look to my playlist for today. I'm gonna keep the shuffle off. I'm actually like 24 minutes in, and this is my first orb. Oh, I was fully forward guarded there. I wonder why that slow hit. Maybe I was too close? Yo, what's up, 1Z? How to get more than 100 BSR? I have one of these crystals. Sohan Black Spirit Rage. It gives me 25% higher capacity. It's nice because it gives you that little bit of a buffer, right? Because you're never ever going to be able to use your 100% the millisecond you get up to 100%, right? There will always be a little bit of overflow. So you want that little bit of a buffer so you can carry it over to get your next BSR quicker.
Tuesday will be PvP Day and Declaration Day, all wrapped up in one, and it ain't it. There will be nothing like it. You open the fucking war decks, you crazy bastards, where you'll be living in Valia Beach. Just watch. Praise be to the land. President Donald J.
Damn, they even say his last name. Clearly that was fake. I still missed 2 tri-armors to start in Adonius at 60p. Should I save 200 bill and get Wailing so I can start upgrading it? Or just get the last 2 tri? What would you say? I'm not sure what the math is on clicking it. 1 second. Are you excited about the big PvP reveal at 12? There's a big PvP reveal at 12? What? What do you know that I don't know? Second, let me take a look at Byrog's workshop. Da, 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 da. AP upgrade path. Oh, sorry, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, here we go. Fallen God. So the average cost from base to TED is 188 bill, 189 bill to make it yourself. That's the average. You can get lucky or you can get unlucky. Where Fallen God is, it's approximately the same price. So I would personally just wait and buy it. It doesn't feel as good because you got to wait longer before the upgrade. But the thing is about this is you're probably already sitting on like a duo, right? Is you can save up, buy this, and then sell your duo, and then use that as a head start for your next one, right? Because the duo is, 32. Oh, I haven't really been paying attention, Captain. Is there, Yeah, you have my interest now. I don't even know what Trump's big announcement was. Yeah, if you're feeling lucky, I mean, you could try to enhance, but yeah, just know that if you go anything above average, then you will end up paying more enhancing.
Ladies and gentlemen, folks, we've got some incredible news today. Tremendous news. You're not going to believe it. BDO is back. That's right. BDO is back, bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Nobody thought it could happen, but it did. And
you gotta do the Trump, like, you know how you pick the voice? If your message is too long, it gets cut off. You gotta do like a second Trump with the colon in the middle. Because it's like the AI has a limited amount of characters it'll actually do. Here, you know what? Let me finish that off for you. Multi-chat though sucks at trying to copy and paste things.
nobody thought it could happen, but it did. And let me tell you, people are talking about it everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. We've been waiting, we've been watching, and now it's here. The energy, the power, the excitement, you can feel it in...
Oh my god. The last couple words, fucking despair. Oh, it's cooked. Gotcha. I mean, what could they really do that they haven't already been doing? Yeah. The thing is, right, is this... I think most people agree that something had to be done about Iran. But you can certainly create this situation where you end up like there is already a lot of rioting and protesting and stuff going on there, right? But if you start attacking civilian infrastructure, you're going to make the lives of the people so much harder. And you might end up just kind of reuniting them all together, right? It's just such a, I don't know. It's a situation that I don't know if anybody can predict how it's going to end. And there's a very high probability it's not going to wrap up in a neat little bow like people want it to. I heard Cannon and Shroud was coming back to BDO. How's BDO PvP large scale at the moment? Was thinking about coming back. Yeah. Cannon was playing yesterday, Shroud was playing yesterday, and Stoops was playing yesterday. So, yeah, a lot of people. Crimson Desert kind of put that little itch in people's, they gave them a little BDO itch. So, hopefully, you know, I think Stoops has a higher probability of sticking around than Cannon. I think he could definitely just get into some circles and vibe and chill. I think they have to bring back Solaire if they want a chance of keeping Shroud around. If Armin takes Shroud under his wing, gives him like just takes him to the dojo, gets them all prepared, and then they launch the Solaire season. Everybody wants to watch Shroud do some Solaire, right? I don't think Shroud will, I don't think he'll be interested in running circles. And then, but as for Cannon, Cannon definitely wants to play the game. But, I mean, we all know he's going to be abused. The community has it out for him big time. He said that he wanted a game he could hop on for an hour or two and grind. Which one, Kinjara? Sorry, I said a bunch of names there. I can't stand when these guys get someone in call that pretends like they know what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot more people that know what they're doing than you'll give credit to, but yeah, I do think like the best person to help Stoops is like Divios. The best person to help Shroud would be Armin. Was spamming misinformation? I feel like there might be some exaggerating. I have a feeling that most certainly, like if the other person hasn't played a whole lot of BDO recently, there might have been some misinformation. But I can't imagine, like, if somebody did say something blatantly wrong that was important, I can't imagine the chat not exploding, being like, no, that's wrong. Unless Shroud was just completely ignoring his chat. I didn't get to watch the Shroud stream very much. I saw you streaming it. I popped in, but I had to walk away from the PC a bunch. Had a friend, Lefonda and Armin. Lefonda and Armin would say something if it was too outrageous. I hope. Gotcha. Were they all in a cult together? Yeah. I think he'll be fine. I don't think there's any decision that you could truly make that would be extremely consequential on your experience, aside from maybe accidentally opening a Pen Blackstar box of one you already have, like 2 of, so you now have a third one that you can't sell. That's probably one of the worst things you could do. Regular, what happened to your VIP? Dukes took it away and then leveled up. Well, the first time when you lost the VIP, you were on Seraph. The most recent one, he was on Ninja, though. But, to be honest, both Ninja and Seraph could beat Warrior. Ninja's even stronger than Seraph, but obviously requires a lot more effort. And Dragor, to be fair to Dragor too, for that Ninja fight, he was playing like fucking 2 weeks of non-stop Crimson. He just said, fuck it, let's do this. So it's not even like he was practicing on Ninja. I think maybe he played a couple Solaire games just before. I want to see Dragor on Sork versus Dukes on Wukong. We have the ultimate battle going to be happening when I get back from my trip after the tournament. We have it set up. We're going to be doing a Bumathlon. So we have a whole list of matches they're going to have. They're going to have a Yar match. They're going to do like a 1v1 mirror match of classes that neither of them played, just picked at the moment. We're going to do a spelling bee. We're going to do a horse race. We're going to do a sheep carrying race. We're going to do a math quiz, rock, paper, scissors, a costume contest, some type of reaction time. We'll figure out some type of puzzle for them to do. We're going to have a drawing contest and an enhancement speed run. And whoever wins all that is the ultimate champion. Did they give out crons during the balls? Oh, every time. But we're gonna wait for the tournament, right? We gotta wait for the tournament. Let them focus on that. Plus, I'm gonna be gone for about a week, starting next week, and then I'll start trying to draft up like an actual solid plan, and we'll figure out an actual good day where we can do all these things, because they're obviously gonna take a few hours. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I don't know how we do a math test, because there's no way to check to see if you guys just pull up a calculator or not. If somebody's too fast, everybody's just going to accuse them of cheating. Maybe we do hide and seek instead. One person hides somewhere, and then the other has to find him. Just based off of like the mini map, right? Although it would have to be an area where there actually is a mini map. I assure you, if I'm fast, I'm cheating. But yeah, for like the painting thing, we'll decide something they both have to draw. They'll stream it on Discord, and we'll give them like 5 minutes to draw it the best they can. And then when they're done, stream votes. We'll have chat vote who drew the better picture. Maybe we let them both decide one challenge too. So they get to pick one thing in their wheelhouse that they'll probably win, but if they lose, it would be completely embarrassing. Like, we could do like, Dragor could pick like a karaoke contest. You know what we'll do? Oh my god. We'll get them to sing a duet and see who steals the show. And I know the perfect song. I know the perfect song. You guys ready? Where is it? 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 Here we go. Yo, this song's a fucking banger though. Wait, why is the song command not working? God damn it, it was working the other day!
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't
You don't know what the fuck this is? You don't know this song? I know Dragor knows this song. Yo. Get you guys to sing this as a duet. Oh, that'd be fucking banging. Oh, that'd be so good. Clearly, Dragor is going to be Paul McCartney, and Dukes is going to be Stevie Wonder. Obviously. Obviously. Name a more iconic duo. You can't. You actually just can't. Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau. I don't know about that. Yo, that transition. Would you drop 300 bill on Vendercruns for deck offhand, current pity 85, or buy Splendid? I mean, I'd probably do the guaranteed upgrade. I'm always a sucker for shit like that. I personally, when I enhanced my deck offhand, I use nothing but Vendercruns. Or maybe we need to do like a little SNL spoof of what's his name, Colin and Michael. Colin, I can't remember Colin's last name, but Michael Shea, and you guys just write fucking jokes for each other. Oh, that shit is so funny, man. What was your worst deck to get and how many fails were each of them? Oh, I got lucky on 2 of them, but my offhand was like 172 clicks. But my awakened was 19 and my main hand was like 30. So across all of them, I was a bit under average because I got pretty carried on 2 out of 3 of them. I got unlucky with 1, but pretty carried on the other 2. So finished above average. I turned the music down a little bit. I just realized it's fucking loud. I think my hearing is getting fucked up too. My dad called me yesterday and I was talking to him and I put the phone up to my left ear and I was like, I can barely hear him. And then I put that shit next to my right ear and I could hear him fine. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? I kept going back and forth and I was like, I think my left ear is losing fucking hearing. Yo, good morning, Beanie. Maybe you have to get it cleaned? Yeah. That's actually probably a good idea. If I can find time for that. I've actually never had my ears cleaned. Not like professionally. I'll be honest too. I'm kind of bad for sticking the Q-tip in my ear. That shit feels so fucking good, but I know I shouldn't be doing it. Because you're more likely to just end up pushing wax in, right? Maybe I should contact my doctor and be like, hey, will you clean my ears? Go get it professionally done. I wonder if just your GP will do it or if you have to go see a specialist to do it. Your GP does it? Okay. Get a kit on Amazon? It's so easy to do it yourself. Yeah, I mean, you can get little kits that'll, like, you put, like, a little bit of oil in your ear, and you let it sit, and it loosens everything up, and... Oh, it has a little camera, too? How much does that shit cost, though? Yo, maybe we stream it. Yo. But that's a camera. Can I sync it up to the computer and stream that shit? Yo, Mabas, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Like $15? That's a camera too? It's pimple popping adjacent? Ew. There's links to the phone, so I imagine you can make it happen. Yeah, if it links to the phone. I wonder if there's rules against that on Twitch, though. It might not be allowed to do that. Last thing you need is the IRL section getting into a colonoscopy era, where you got all the ladies sticking cameras up their ass saying that it's medical and it's not sexual. Yo, we could start the new trend. Oh shit. But yeah, did you see Canon? Like the stuff he was saying on his stream yesterday? There's already a video out there fact checking him on that shit. That shit took under 24 fucking hours. What did he say? Just comments about like the one-sided deck system. The main thing was, right? He was saying yesterday that that change came in after he started playing BDO, and if you actually take a look at Twitch, what is it called? Twitch Tracker, you can actually see when people, like, what game they've been streaming, and if you cross-reference that with the patch that actually changed it, you'll see that he played BDO like a month before that change came in. Sorry, did I say a month? Yeah, he was playing a month before that change came in. The BDO community is unhinged? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not so much trying to be like, haha, they got Canon. It's just more of like, this is the type of shit Canon's gonna have to deal with. He's gonna have to make sure he's dotting his I's and crossing his T's, because the BDO community will be relentless. I'm on a boat! Yo, that song's a banger. Yo, can I be T-Pain? Yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell people, and I don't know if anybody is even willing to listen to me, Dragor, but there was a massive thing going on in KR at that time. That was the clear driver of that change. That's not saying that the situation with Canon didn't contribute to it, and Brobear, right? People are forgetting him, but that might have contributed to it. But it was definitely the KR situation, which was much more egregious. That definitely was the main driver of that change. Canon teaching people, or Canon teaching Shrouded to play this game was comical? What do you mean? Like, I was listening to Canon yesterday, and like, he seems like he has a pretty firm understanding. For somebody who doesn't play this game a whole lot, he does seem like he has a pretty firm understanding on the game. I'd argue he has a better understanding of the game than a lot of people than most people who have played more than him. What about the black robe getting removed? Yeah, I think that was a so story time, right? Guilds that like to hunt people, they would set up a bot in their Discord that would allow them to track the channels manually that they searched when hunting for people, right? So you'd basically have a specific channel, and you would have somebody manually go check the channel to see if the person was there. And if they weren't there, then you would basically just type a command in the Discord channel, and it will mark that channel off. So other people know not to check that channel, right? And once somebody did find the person, they could tag that channel, and it would keep a record of it, right? And you could use that information, right? It would say, okay, so-and-so's been found, and then people can, you know, swap to that channel and go get them. It was a very manual process, but there was screenshots that people misinterpreted, Blue Squadron specifically, and they thought it was automatic. They thought it was just a bot that, like, data mined the packets and would automatically tell what channel a person was on. And they were completely misinformed about how that bot worked. They got baited by a screenshot, because one thing you got to understand about stream snipers is they're trying to play a mental game with you, right? They're trying to make it seem like it's super easy for them to find you, to make you feel hopeless. And they accomplished that big time with those screenshots, because they made it seem like that shit was automatic when it isn't. Anyways, there was tons of conversation about this, and I think Pearl Abyss bought into it as well. And Pearl Abyss, my prediction is, or my assumption, I guess, my assumption is, Pearl Abyss saw it, and it was, they literally called it the Black Robe bot in the Discord in the screenshots. So what I think Pearl Abyss thought is that they were using the functionality of the Black Robe and somehow manipulating that system in order to automate this Discord bot, and that's why they removed it from the game. It's even Pearl Abyss bought into the bullshit. Because I can't see any other reason. The Black Robe, you didn't need that to hunt people. It was such a minor tool for hunting people. 99% of the battle for hunting people was finding their channel. How do you currently check if someone's on your channel? You can do it through friends list. It depends on a variety of factors, right? I mean, you can use all the rankings. If you know that they're high level or a high life skill in anything, you can actually just check these. They take a little bit to update, so if the person just swapped, it takes like 3 minutes for them to get added to the list. You can also try to send them an invite. That doesn't work anymore, but that used to be something that would work, is you could try to send them an invite, and if they weren't on your channel, it would say so-and-so, can't find so-and-so or whatever, right? Where if they were on your channel, it would either send them the invite, or it would say so-and-so declined your invite, right? So that would tell them immediately that they were on your channel. Also, the telescope initially, you could use it to try to telescope to people, and it did the same thing, where if the person wasn't on your channel, it would say, can't find the target or whatever. But if they were on your channel, it would say so-and-so needs to be in your party. In the case of a streamer, though, like, it's super easy because you can just see where they're at in the game. You just swap to that channel and you just make sure you're at the same spot you see them at on their stream, and boom. That's also why they added privacy mode too, right? Is people would sneak spies into guilds. So you can find people's channels through there, but now they have privacy mode, so it actually shows you offline to your guild. If they accept the party invite now, it does say what channel they're on, yes. But they have to accept the invite. It'll always try to send the invite, so you don't know if they're on your channel or not, and if they just decline, then they just decline, right? Canon is quitting in a week. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it's going to be... He's going to have to deal with a lot of shit. The community really has it out for him, and I personally want him to stick around. I know a lot of people don't like him, but I think he is, you know, I think people misunderstand that original situation. I think he's definitely recalling the events, though. If he genuinely believes that he started playing the game after that change happened, that is provably incorrect. But even that being said, I don't think he was the main driver of that. Maybe at worst he contributed like 10% to it. But I don't think he contributed any more than that. I think the first week is the safest while he can use. I think you actually have 30 days. Yeah, no, Cannon does seem like genuinely a good guy. And let's not pretend that those guys weren't going fucking extra hard on him. Like, those goon guys, that was definitely harassment. No doubt about it. But Pearl Abyss overcorrected with that situation. One-sided decks didn't need to go. If you actually take a look at a lot of that harassment, they weren't even decked against Cannon. Like, a lot of that harassment happened. It happened, I can't remember if it happened before the deck system, but he was already playing the game when the deck system got changed. But them doing 5-minute channel swaps. Here, I'll wait for this to finish, it's kind of loud. Yo, Purin Stama, thank you so much for the sub, I appreciate it tremendously. Yeah, so like, they overcorrected. They didn't need to remove one-sided decks. One-sided decks, changing to 5-minute swaps, changing to allowing, like, having Marnie's Realm available in more spots like they do today. There's so many other things that they've done. Having your guild channels for swapping, although I think that was already in the game at the time. There's so many ways to avoid somebody. I personally think that they should remove the hour on, the hour off of Marnie's Realm and just make it so you can permanently access it, but you just have to keep paying silver. And then that silver should go to the Adonis, no matter where people use it. But yeah, like, Cannon's a super helpful guy. Like, for the people, if they're willing to put down their bias and listen to him, right? Just listen to his stream. Stop clenching your fist and just listen for a second. People pop into his channel and be like, hey, what's bringing you back to BDO? Or this, that, the other, right? They ask questions and he's always super helpful with them. I feel like we're doing good with Debo rings. Wait, what's this? Yeah, I saw that video earlier today and I was like, God damn. They are already fact checking. Lunarlay is the guy who will keep you honest. Like I said, you gotta dot your I's and cross your T's. You slip up, he'll fact check the shit out of you. But, and I think this is where Cannon's approach is incorrect, right? Him doubling down on this change happening before he even came to the game is not even the main thing, right? It's just adding more fuel to the fire now. He legit should have been like, look, there was this giant situation going on in KR. This was the main driving factor. And yes, I was being harassed at the same time. So maybe it contributed a little bit, but it definitely wasn't the main driving force. But yeah, him just saying that, mixing up the timeline like that, and to be fair to Cannon, that shit's 2.5 years ago at this point. Like, fuck, man. I misremember shit like months ago. Never mind 2.5 years ago. Yeah, Lunar's the fact checker, man. I swear to God, that man has like a petabyte hard drive fucking documenting everything a streamer says or does. I don't even know what my fucking document has in it. One of these days I'm gonna slip up and there's gonna be a fucking 16-hour documentary. It's gonna be like a fucking Netflix series, 8 episodes. And he's just gonna drop a bomb on me. Yeah, Dukes, I think that's important. People are allowed to change their minds, right? You can be misinformed about something and advocate for it, and then after it comes, you realize that it was a double-edged sword, and you're like, oh shit, you know what, I fucked up. But I think that's the problem there, right, is... I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Blue does at least give the impression that he was always against them removing the one-sided decks now. When he clearly wasn't either, right? Honestly, I'd be fine with PA giving special attention to big streamers. You can't change every system in the game to address edge cases, decking, PvPing, griefing, etc. If someone like Shroud comes back with 10,000 viewers, I'd be fine with CMGMs tailing him and eating every kid trying to get their 5 seconds of fame on stream. I mean, there's plenty of systems that are in the game now that, I mean, I think you could avoid it. One thing you'll realize, too, is people are just trying to show off the hard work and their skill in the game. And if you treat them like human beings, when somebody comes up and ganks you, if you're just like, yo, man, you really fucked me up. I kind of want to get back to grinding, but you're pretty sick, or like, you're really good, or damn, your gear is insane. Most of them, like, they'll become your friends, and, you know, as you develop more of those friends, they'll start coming out and defending you. All of a sudden, you'll be grinding, and there'll be like a platoon of people out there defending you, right? And it creates like a community-driven event almost, where if all of a sudden you take this stance and you got to be babysat, like the police are fucking tailing you, and anybody who gets close is going to get in trouble. All you're going to do is just unite the community against you, especially if you start potentially advocating for changes that are going to directly change the way everybody else has been playing the game for years. Yeah. Guess what? I was in a guild called Relevant, and Kinjara was a guild leader in a guild called White Lotus. And we saw his stream one day, we popped in, we're like, let's go fuck with this guy, let's see how he reacts. And he turned out to be a pretty cool dude. Although Dragor might disagree. And now I consider him my best friend from BDO for sure. You two disgust me. Ark, with an attitude like that, you are so close to overtaking him. So close. And then you go and say that shit, that's it. You're back to number 3, Ark. Who's number 2? Prep. No. Can you get 200 BSR with BSR crystals? You can, yeah, you can equip 4 of them and have 200%. No, I got a lot of people I consider close to in BDO. Divios is up there, Kinjara's up too. All my mods obviously are up there. Especially Dukes. That Dragor guy though, not so much.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
Tell him, Dukes. It is tough though, Captain, right? I do understand. I think there's a nuance to that, because I'm partially on board with what you said, but I'm partially off board. I think it dramatically depends on how the streamer is engaging with the people messing with them. I think if somebody shows up and if the streamer's like, yo, this guy kicked my ass, goddamn, yo, and then he has like a very civil conversation with him, is like, yo, man, you really beat my ass. Good job on your gear. You probably put a lot of work into it, or, you know, you're really good at your class, or whatever, right? And then he keeps getting harassed and followed from channel to channel, then yeah, obviously GM intervention needs to happen. But if that person gets killed a couple times and all of a sudden he's like, this guy's a fucking loser, I bet he's at home and his mom living in his basement, sitting there in his fucking shit-stained tighty-whities and starts basically using his platform to shit talk the person and try to dehumanize them, then the GMs should just be like, okay, no, this guy's bringing it on himself. He's going to be a full-time fucking liability for us. We're going to leave him to his own devices, right? Because there are definitely some streamers out there that bring it on themselves. Death could never have an ego? No, I think I'm a very average player. And it makes me uncomfortable when you guys suggest otherwise. Average player grinds tons of hours, yeah. Oh, I don't want to start this argument again about the top 100. I feel like there's tons of people that never would have made it to the top 100 if they actually had proper new rewards every season. The only reason some people manage to squeak into the top 100 is because the rewards are so stagnant. That there's a ton of people who are insanely good that just have no interest in competing every season. So, I think this is kind of the same confusion like with Blue Squadron when he's like, yeah, I'm the top 1% or whatever, right? When he says he's a top 1% PvPer, he's referring to all the people who play BDO, and there's like fucking, I'm sure 99% of the population who doesn't PvP, so technically if you're including them in the mix, you're right. But of the people who actually do PvP regularly, I just don't feel it. I don't feel above average. Maybe a little bit, but oh, it still even feels dirty to just say it out loud. I know my reflexes aren't what they used to be. I know I used to have pretty good reflexes. I'm getting older. I know my situational awareness is fucking struggling. Like, case in point, the fucking reset grab. If I was just at least paying a little bit more attention to the situation, that shit should never have happened. Wasn't he out of render? My back was to him on my screen. Like, he CC'd me, he grabbed me, I V'd, and I just did this away from him. I didn't even I wasn't even looking at him while I was moving away. So even if he was out of render, I wouldn't have known because I just wasn't even looking at his direction. Which was a giant fucking problem. Something I should have never have done. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off him. All I can do is be thankful it was Kelb and not some random Awakened Sage that nobody ever heard of. If that would have happened, holy, at least I got decimated by the fucking champion. I have that cope. Where'd my Septimus go? For fuck's sakes! Booty raid. Who is this guy? Antido? Why do I recognize that name? Wait, what day is it today? Isn't today Tuesday? What's Choice doing streaming on a Tuesday morning? Choice just got Shining Elkstone. Holy fucking lucky bastard! You tapped it? Yeah, just now. Literally just watched it live. Who got what? Choice just tapped Shining Elkstone. Yep. Just now. AFK phase now? It's so funny, you can tell who's grinding Zephyros. Yeah, I personally don't think that that's that big of a deal. I think when you have guilds that do that, they just make themselves public enemy number one, right? And all those players, you know, will, you know, let a fire under their ass, try to get better and stronger, and eventually, well, I mean, the biggest problem there is guild loyalty. You just don't have reasons to keep people in guilds, so even though they do get stronger, because there's no guild loyalty, they'll just end up jumping guild to go to a better one, because there's, you know, if they're just going to be a number in a guild, why not be a number in the best guilds, right? They need to do more to increase guild loyalty. Make people feel like they're part of a team, not just a number in a machine. Turtle frog? What do you mean turtle frog? Are you geared enough to grind Zephyros? I think I'm gonna make like a ham and potato soup for dinner tonight. Got a lot of leftover ham. That sounds nice. With 1.8, probably not. No, that's quite a bit below the recommended AP. I doubt you'll do any damage. You can sometimes afford to be a little bit under the recommended, but that's quite a bit under the recommended. If you were 1900, I'd say sure, because the recommended is actually, what is it now? $19.05, yeah, so oh, what's up, GOG? I don't think he was paid anything. If he was paid, he would have to put ad in his title, and I don't think he... I don't remember seeing it there. Shroud was really loving Crimson Desert, so, you know, I think he's, like, wrapping up Crimson Desert now, and it just kind of gave him the itch. He wants to keep playing a similar game. Yo, what's up, Canabar? Well, I don't know about Node War and Siege. What's he playing? If he's playing Warrior, then I don't think he's going to have a ton of fun in Node War and Siege. Warrior's not really great for those. But Solaire, for sure. I know he used to play Warrior, right? He's on Seraph? Oh. How does Seraph do in Node War and Siege? Probably okay. Probably not a top fragger, but I'm sure it's fun. I also want to believe it was his own intention fully to play Crimson Desert and BDO, but everyone is trying to reconvince me. Yeah, I think he was. I think, you know, with how much he enjoyed Crimson Desert. I think it's reasonable, like, anybody who got hooked on Crimson Desert, for them to be like, okay, what's this MMO? What's this other game they have that's kind of Crimson Desert adjacent? Oh yeah, Shroud has a massive audience that watch him just for him, right? It's a massive opportunity to bring new players into the game. Yeah. Oh, they won't. One thing you know, if you have that viewer metrics extension, when that stream tries to overreach for people who are significantly higher, like 1,500, 2,000, the whatever service they're using starts using less discrete accounts and dumping them into the channel, and it becomes blatantly obvious. And I think there's a limit at which it can reach. Right now they hover just at the point of, I want to say plausible deniability, but it's like, it's plausible deniability to people who don't pay attention to the data, but not to the people who do. It's like right at that threshold. That's where they're chilling. You got a question for Froggies. If I have to wait for the Reaper respawns, I don't know what the big guy is. Am I doing it correctly? How do I min-max his spot? Yeah, so in order to get the frog boss, you got to kill the waves of frogs as fast as possible. And while you're killing the waves of frogs as fast as possible, you're trying to kill the Shadow Knights and try to keep them on respawn. If you're genuinely feeling like you're killing the frogs as fast as you possibly can while keeping the Shadow Knights on respawn, then yeah, you're doing the spot perfectly. That's exactly what you should be aiming for. Her PvE rotation is all about the Boulder Crush. Is it called Boulder Crush? Something Crush. It's basically the last attack. After you go through the chain, you hit spacebar and it does a massive attack. So basically you go in, you pull, you do your debuff, you reposition, you start your chain, and then as the mobs turn around, you do one more reposition and land that as a back attack. And it fucking devastates the mobs. Oh, 100% GFG. Yeah, I don't know if they are at 5 million sales, but they got to be getting close. It's going to obviously dramatically slow down, but they've definitely set records. That is for sure. Crimson Desert is a massive success for Pearl Abyss. They very clearly not only recouped the cost of the game itself, but also recoup the cost of developing the engine. That's one thing that people are failing to realize, right? Is they had to build a whole new engine for that game as well, and that engine can carry over to their other IPs. So, not only did they recoup the cost of the game, they also paid for the new engine that they can use on future IPs. And even more valuable than those things, but those things are also important, brand recognition. Right? At the, like, I'm sure when Crimson Desert first started popping up at these gaming events, people were like, Pearl Abyss, who's that? And then they see it, they're like, oh, that game looks kind of cool, right? Let's see if it lives up to the hype, or if it's just another one of these games that, you know, builds all this hype but sucks. Well, now people know that it lived up to its expectations, and in some cases exceeded. I mean, some people had unrealistic expectations they set for the game, and it obviously didn't live up to their expectations. But in general, most people would agree that that game was a home run. And now they have that brand recognition. When Doki V starts coming out, instead of the conversation of being, oh, who's Pearl Abyss? Oh, what's a Doki V? Huh? Now it's going to be like, they're going to see that Pearl Abyss window, like, they'll start playing the video for the game, and Pearl Abyss will pop up on the screen. Like, you know how you see at the launcher, and every time they show anything BDO related, it's a black screen, all of a sudden Pearl Abyss appears? Well, next time that happens, people are going to be like, yo, I remember them. They made that banging game Crimson Desert. And then that's going to make them more excited to see what's next. And then Doki V is going to pop up, and they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, what's a Doki V? I don't know what that is, but, you know, they did an awesome job with Crimson Desert, so, you know, let's pay a bit more attention than we did before. That brand recognition that they earned with Crimson Desert is so much more valuable than anything else. Oh yeah, I said that earlier. One of the biggest things they can do right now for Shroud, and for all of these new streamers, right? I say new loosely because they're returning to BDO, right? All of them. But watching a streamer go in circles, which is what I do 99% of the time, it can only be so exciting, right? Where Solaire, that makes the game exciting. Watching streamers do Solaire creates actual exciting moments in the game that can get people hooked. And I think it's important, not just for the capture of those players, but more so the mentality of those players. To let them understand that there is this really exciting PvP that can happen in BDO, and it's not just a run in circle simulator. So they become, like, of a better word, indoctrinated into that mindset first before they just start treating it like a circle simulator, you know? We got towers as well. True. But you know what the thing is about the towers? In towers, you don't run in the circle. The tower does the circle for you. Because it's operating in a cycle, right? No matter what, it always comes back to circles. In-game and out-of-game. Guess what? You wake up, you wash, you eat, you go to work, you come home, you wash, you eat, you play a couple games or watch a movie, do something with your free time, you go back to bed, and tomorrow you start the cycle over again. It all comes back to circles. Chances of cron price increase with pity reduction is what I thought about lately. I don't think they will do a cron price increase for a little while. That's something that's happened twice now, but they're usually pretty far apart. I think more likely we'll see a costume price increase, and the amount of crons you get from costumes will increase proportionally. I think that's more likely. So technically it'll be the same price per cron, but you'll get more per costume. That used to happen once a year. We actually haven't had that happen for a couple years. Actually, a few years at this point. How much do you think this event is increasing the silver per hour here? It's kind of hard to say because, like, a lot of what you get is crons, and the crons just go into my pile of crons that I have. It might be kind of interesting one day, maybe on Saturday or Sunday when I'm doing a longer grind stream. Maybe I'll put all my crons in a storage, and then we'll see what I collect for the day. It's definitely nice though, right? Like every time you get like 2 or 3 or 4 crons, shit, that's anywhere between 6 to 12 mil. That's kind of sick. And they pop pretty often. And the sharps, yeah. I don't even know, like I got 6 sharps from one of those. What the fuck? I wonder how many sharps I have, because I exhausted them all enhancing that Black Star bullshit. Yo, I think I actually almost have enough to do my next Elkstone clicks with the sharps I've just collected from this event. New to BDO, what area is this? This is Sakraya Underwater Ruins. So it's under the ocean. It's the one of the 3 highest spots in the game. There's 3 spots that are basically on par with each other. They're the 3 most difficult spots, but also the 3 most lucrative. By the way, welcome to BDO. Yo, we got a handful of people on YouTube today. How you guys all doing? Don't be afraid to type in chat. Unless my YouTube chat isn't working. Uh-oh, that'd suck. Oh, no, it was working. I was talking with a veteran earlier. Uh-oh. I said something and they scurried. All of a sudden, a couple people left. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said anything. It's like I lifted a rock. They all scurried away. Oh shit, what did I do? Yo, good morning, Arc Lord. What's my current plan in BDO? Just chilling. Just kind of chilling. I'm waiting, right? I'm in the waiting mode, waiting for the next content update. I'm hoping they cook. Yo, thank you for the follow, Bubba. For all of you, I stream on 3 different platforms, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Same handle on all 3. Twitch.tv/Zethian, Kick.tv/Zethian, and YouTube.com/@Zethian. All of the different streams have different benefits. Twitch obviously has the majority of the chat. Kick, there's no ads. And YouTube, there's no music. If you're not a fan of my music, you can listen to your own. You're watching me on both? Yo! I appreciate you. Will they cook? I hope they cook. Sometimes they cook. Sometimes they cook real hard. Sometimes they don't. Yeah, Twitch also gets drops. True. I actually forgot to mention that as well. I feel like Kick is experimenting with drops right now, too. For PvP, what does best Awaken Sage or Awaken Hash? I like both PvE and want to do PvP soon. Ooh. Both of them are really good. Shit, what does best? I don't know. They might be pretty close to each other. Since the Sages got nerfed here and there, I think a lot of people get a lot more excited about the lightning and the theme of Awakening Sage over Hash. But I think they're both pretty close to equal. Awakening Sage is better at killing less experienced players because you can just kill them with your movement while standing. You can trade them down. Where Hash has to be a little more calculated. You can trade people down, but you have to get up close and personal with them to do it. And that's obviously a lot easier to punish, where Sage will actually kill people with movement abilities. But once you're up against skilled players, Hash is really, really good at punishing forward guards. Better than Awakened Sage is. And Awakened Sage is pretty good at it too, but Hash is really good at it. You can't go wrong with either of the two. The thing is, Awakened Hash is probably my second favorite class. It's up there with Warrior. Warrior's my OG class. That's the class I played the most, or maybe at this point the second most. My Sage might have finally overtook my Warrior. Guardian, I have lots of love for her. But if I were to, like, let's say they were to nuke Awakening Sage tomorrow to the point where it was unplayable, Awakening Hash would be my go-to. What about Seraph? No, Seraph, I would rather play Warrior than Seraph, to be completely honest. Even though Seraph is stronger. I wonder what skill I'll lock after this week's Global Lab. Yeah. Ripstorm. They're going to make Ripstorm a forward guard. They decided, right? The community's been begging them to make the game, that make classes have more forward guards, and they decided to just give all the forward guards to Sage. We're the martyr, so nobody else has to get forward guards. Yeah, I kind of dropped the ball with the whole mentor-mentee thing this time around. I should have just put the codes on streamer or something. I think it was Bonebreaker. Yeah. I think Bone Crusher is a Guardian ability. That's why I was confusing it. Oh yeah, I can actually just pull that up. I always forget that there's this. There she is. Bonebreaker, yeah. Oh yeah, and then there's Crushing Descent. That's why I was confusing the two. So basically how this kit works, right, is you have a couple of opener abilities, and you can either hold RMB or LMB, and it'll basically just go down the chain. And then, like, you could basically pick, if I remember correctly, any of these 4 abilities to start, and then you just hold either LMB or RMB, and then it'll go through the flows depending on which you use, whether it's LMB or RMB. And then both of these will flow into Crushing Descent. And then after Crushing Descent, you hit spacebar, and it does this big hit. So you basically use this to engage the pack, do what you need to do. You get this off, then the mob turns to you. You try to reposition behind it quickly, and then hit it with this into this, or maybe you're able to do both of these and then reposition and do this. But you really want to make sure that last hit is getting those back attacks, because it fucking devastates. It's such a hard-hitting ability. PvE Awakened Sage over Awakened Hash? Actually, both of them are really good grinders. I haven't grinded on Awakened Hash in a while, but I hear it's actually really good these days for grinding. If you actually type, is he still live right now? He is. So if you type !Sage Guide, there is a sage by the name of Archive who he also plays Awakened Sage and Awakened Hash. And I know a little while ago I saw him grinding on Awakening Hash. I haven't grinded on Awakening Hash in a long time. But I think he was saying that, yeah, it feels better, even though he prefers Awakening Sage. you'd be able to better answer, you know, what the differences are in PvE. He's live right now too. I actually have my Awaken hash, my hash tagged right now because I actually want to level it up. They're both really good though. Like Awakening Sage and Awakening Hash, I think are a really good combo with each other. It's a really good tag combo. I actually want to. I'm actually kind of hungry. We're gonna swap to my hash quickly. I want to see how much XP I burned on it, and then I'm gonna go quickly make some brunch, I guess. Yo, Nibble, thank you for the follow too. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys following on the other platforms. What do you think the next upgrade will be? Everything is already new in X now. I think it's either going to be accessories or we're going to get new weapons next. Technically, the main hand, the Sovereign main hand, and the Sovereign Awakening weapon are older than the Karazad accessories, but not really by much. We did all obviously just get the offhand like 6 months ago. No, I guess it's almost been a year, like 8 months ago now. Or, fuck, maybe even 10 months. I think that was actually June of last year or July of last. Anyways, the offhand is a bit newer, so I don't know if they're going to maybe. I mean, they could just do the Awaken in the main hand and keep us with Sovereign offhand for a while, right? But yeah, I'm leaning more towards new accessories myself because there's a ton of people who aren't done with their weapons, but there's a ton of people who are done on their accessories. And yes, Marty, sorry, I thought that was an L. They have been pushing and trying to drive Debo accessories down so much, constantly giving more and more ways to get them, to try to push down the price and make them more accessible for players. So I think that also suggests that maybe they're trying to get people set up with their accessories, so when they add the new ones, they feel like they have a, you know, they're at a good point. Okay, let's see if we hit level 63. Boom! Oh, 63 and a half. Look at that. I actually should have copied the gear over and dyed this stuff. Hash looks so cool, man. I love the Hash Awaken weapon. It looks so much cooler than the Cabellius. Okay, chat, I will be back. I'm going to go quickly make myself something to eat. It shouldn't take too long. I already have a plan. So, chill, enjoy the music, behave yourselves. Yo, what's up, chat? Yo, Kajara. That and wait, the Angine de Poitrine? That's the one with the crazy outfits, right? That shit popped up on my YouTube and I decided to play it. My wife was sitting there, like we were just sitting there in bed. I was trying to find something on TV for us to watch. And I saw that shit pop up. And I started playing it. My wife was on her phone. Eh? All of a sudden she looks over at the TV, she goes, "What the fuck are we watching?" Oh shit. While I was making my brunch here, I prepared my mirepoix. I'm gonna make a soup later. This must be it. Mm-mm. I love eggs, man. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, sorry about that, chat. I am done my breakfast or lunch. Back to the grind. What is this? Oh, another update? Oh, for fuck off. Just need to do that main hand now. Yeah, let's get to it. We've been doing awesome on Debos already today. Holy 6 Debos? The fuck? Yeah, it's a pretty good spot for them, for sure. You definitely don't get as much money from trash here at Sakurai, but you get more, obviously, of these things, right? Like, instead of trash, you actually get gold bars, which is kind of cool, too. But, obviously, yeah, not affected by Agris or anything. The fuck? Oh, it's so disoriented there. Oh, what did you pity yesterday? Oh, yeah, yesterday you finished up the pity on one of your deck accessories, right? You did that 69 stack on it for the last click. Yo, good morning, Cirrus. You're late. You're late for your shift, Cirrus. Nah, I'm just playing. Yo, how you doing today? Pitying will take the wind out of your sails for sure. Yeah, I pity Dragor every single day, and it's a bit of a downer. Cut my wages for the legitimate view. Yeah. Cirrus, quick question. Did you find my stream through Kick, or did you find it through like Twitch and then you heard that I was streaming on Kick too and you just prefer that? I'm kind of curious how people discover me on the other platforms. Kick was looking through the BDO section. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I just recently started multi-streaming. Well, I guess it's almost been a year now. But yeah, it seems like there's not a massive North American audience on Kick. Most of them just default to Twitch, right? Where there was a pretty large South American audience on Kick. But I figured there's no reason not to be multi-streaming if I can. It's nice to have more reach. It would be nice to build up an equally large audience across all three platforms. So, you know, in a sense, that's kind of your best way to build job security. Right now, I'm kind of at the mercy of Twitch and their decisions. So it would be nice to build up my audience on the other platforms. I think one of the biggest things too, I think there's a lot of people who probably would want to watch on Kick, but without there being drops, I really hope Kick eventually gets drops going on there. They've recently done a drops thing, but different, not BDO specific, but more platform specific, where if you watch on Kick, you can earn like tickets to like a raffle for Kicks, which is like Kick's version of bits. So it feels like they're experimenting with drops. One brick at a time. Yeah, 100%. Reach out to a larger audience for sure. I had a weird thing going on with my Kick too for like the first 6 months of streaming on there, where apparently a lot of people, when they went to my stream, it immediately showed as offline. It would show, like if they followed, it would show me online on the side, but as soon as I clicked it, it would show offline. Also, Biceptimus couldn't host me. Like he would try and it just wouldn't work. I even I eventually realized that the whole offline thing was because I had B-frames, and Kick doesn't do well with B-frames, so I had to disable those, but the other thing just kind of resolved on its own. But yeah. One of the biggest things holding back Kick at this point, and I want there to be competition in the market, not because I want Twitch to fail. I think Twitch is fantastic too, but competition just breeds excellence, right? And if both platforms are competing with each other, it'll force them to both innovate and become better. And that the consumer benefits the most from that. Damn, I tried to fish for Dragor, but he didn't pop out. He must be gone. Either that, or maybe he's becoming immune to my fishing attempts. You think the music's a little loud again? Is it? I love this song though. I'll turn it down just a touch. Just a little itty bitty bit. It's perfect. I thought it was pretty good. I don't want it to be drowned out by the in-game sounds. I try to keep it at 3 different levels, right? Try to keep it so I'm the loudest, my microphone. Then the music is kind of in the mid-ground, and then the game sounds are in the background. I'll try to back up a touch. They've been using their basses to do backups live? Backup vocals? Really? Oh, really? Yo, that sounds sick. Good morning, Valkia. How you doing today? Wait, did you request this? Did anybody request this, or did this just randomly come on? What the fuck's the chance of that? That's crazy. Are we in a simulation? What the fuck? Save that money. I'm always looking for ways to try to save money right now. It's so crazy. Fucking living is so expensive these days. Has Lil Dicky been making any music for a little while? I thought a lot of his songs were hilarious. Oh, was he doing a TV show? Oh, I didn't know that. How was the TV show? Was it good? Uncle's hip with the youngsters? Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. No cap, on God, for real, for real. Straight mogging, yo. God, it's so slay. This show David's pretty funny? Okay. Is it on Netflix? Music was his attempt at getting in TV? Ah, kind of using that as like a, yeah, a bridge. On Hulu? Not sure if it's on Netflix. Oh, I don't have Hulu, man. I hate the fact that we have so many different streaming services. Yeah, other artists in general seem to like Lil Dicky. Because his music is, I don't know how he is IRL, but like he just comes off as like a very not serious, no ego, just looking to have fun and goof around kind of vibe, right? And people like that. They're a lot of fun to be around, right? You don't have to worry about them trying to ego check you. You don't have to worry about their feelings getting hurt. They're just willing to make jokes or willing to be the butt of a joke. Netflix just increased their price? Fuck. Shit's getting expensive. Yeah. We need everybody in the world to boycott the other services. So all of these, I guess, producers, all of these people making movies and shows, if they want their shit to get visibility, they all have to go to the one service. Otherwise, that shit just never gets watched. Surely we can get everybody to unite together and do that, right? Sounds like easy work. I mean, maybe there's a correlation, eh, chat? The world is getting more and more hostile these days, more and more wars going on, and there's more and more streaming services trying to nickel and dime us. There might be a direct correlation between these things. Oh yeah, fucking feels like you're getting nickel and dimed everywhere. Everywhere. I want to figure out how to host my own like software to do AI voices and stuff on my PC as well. Cause like the thing I use for text to speech, that shit is $25 a month, which is insane to me that they can charge that much. We need someone else to come up with more competition than that, but I don't know. I guess it's expensive. When everybody's talking about how expensive AI is, that none of these companies are making money using it, so. Do you know any Sork streamers? I mean, there used to be Shimiko, but I think he grinds on Sage these days. Actually, I don't even know what he grinds on. Maybe he's on Witch. I don't even know if he streams anymore. I haven't seen him stream in a hot minute. Maybe Zachary? He streams BDO occasionally, but not very often. Yasuni will stream Sork PvP. Although I think he's playing Kuno lately. Sork might be dead. Like all these names I mentioned, I think Zach is the only one that is still consistent with Sork, but he just doesn't stream BDO. He doesn't stream in general very often. And he doesn't always stream BDO, so... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a market. Maybe I should be a Sork streamer. Zachary rolled the hash completely. Zachary? Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't know if there is a Sork streamer. Why are my pets not loading faster? Oh, I still got my fishing pets out. Well... Oh, Escathon, yes. Yeah, there is him. gonna make a nice little ham and potato soup later. I have a little mirepoix set up. I'm gonna chop the ham up into little cubes. I'm gonna throw it in a little thick bottomed pot. Get them nice and brown and crispy, almost like bacon. Then I'm gonna add my mirepoix. Wet out the veggies. Add in a little bit of seasoning. Hit it with some butter and garlic near the end. Add in like probably like half a cup of flour. Almost make a little roux in it. Just cook that off a little bit. And then I'm gonna add some actually have like some beef broth and some chicken broth I need to use. And then I'm gonna use that, deglaze the pan, build the broth, mix in a little bit of cream as well. And then I'll probably put in the potatoes first and then add the cream a little bit after, because I'll need to cook the potatoes. But make like a nice little ham and potato soup. Gonna be delicious. It's crazy how much our family has thinned out over the
Wake
years.
the fuck up, Scythian.
Or moved
The
away.
Matrix has you.
We used to have like my parents come over, my grandparents, her grandmother, her aunt, her mom and dad. We had a whole family of 4 from out of town come. We would have a also her sister and her sister's what was boyfriend at the time, now husband. So we used to have a full house every family dinner. But my grandmother passed away, her mother passed away, her dad was sick and couldn't come, my mom was sick and couldn't come, her sister and stuff moved out of town. So we made like a turkey, a ham, potatoes, veggies, stuffing for Easter dinner, and the only person that ended up being able to make it was my dad. So we had so many leftovers, which I don't mind. I sent him home with a big old little care package for him and my mom to have basically a second dinner the next day. But now I got like a whole bunch of ham leftovers, so I thought what a perfect way to use the ham than to make like a nice big pot of potato soup. Sometimes potato, you know, sometimes it makes you wonder if we are in a simulation, you know? Some shit just seems like the coincidences are remarkable. Your second rip boss isn't spawning. Maybe you're a little late getting to it last week. Yo, what's up, Manny? How you doing? At this point, what's the difference? Hey, you know, whether we're in a simulation or not. I guess the main thing is if we're in a simulation, then it brings up the question, is there free will, or is this all just a script that we're going through? Where if there is no simulation, then there's the implication that free will still exists, right? Captain, yeah. Yeah. Whoever's playing my character sucks. Let's get this man to hand over the controller. Oh, shit. Just think about, like, you guys know Final Fantasy VII, right? You know the golden saucer? Think about the implication if we're in a simulation. You're basically playing our simulation, who's playing Final Fantasy VII, who's playing a game in Final Fantasy VII. It's games all the way down. I wonder what the next revamped grind spot should be. I should probably start dumping my energy into that. Maybe I should start upgrading the media spots. That's like the one area, the one region we haven't like got any upgrades on in quite a while, huh? Revamp Kertuga. Thing is of all the spots in Media, Kertuga is the most recent. That's fucking crazy, because Kertuga's old as fuck. You gotta remember, before Kertuga, there was, fuck, what was that place called before there was Kertuga? I liked Kertuga, too. Dawson's? No. I mean, like, Kertuga, there was something there before that. The upper area, it wasn't Histria. Hazra, that's what it was. And then they revamped it, added a second level, and called it Kertuga. So, like, of everywhere in Media, Hazra already got a revamp, right? I remember Snake and Black Rose was feuding like crazy at that time. And I remember Snake held Media, so we were grinding Kertuga like crazy, and we were making sure that we locked that shit down, and we would make sure we're only selling at max price. But we did end up building like a pretty big stockpile. And I remember Black Rose zerged us out with a couple other guilds and took the castle. And as soon as they started grinding Kertuga, we flooded the market with min-price Elcars and drove the price down. We were pieces of shit. Good times. Good times. Why do I feel like I'm shaking? Is there like an engine outside? A fucking train out in my front steps? I feel like a very slight vibration. Nothing. Maybe it's just my lunch digesting. Any reason you prefer this rotation compared to main? No reason other than it's quieter. I seem to do decently well on this one too. I'm pretty sure the other one is technically better, but this one's close enough and it's kind of hidden in the back. So like you just don't have a lot of people running through your rotation. Nice and quiet. I've also in general been luckier here. I spent like a full ass week, maybe 2 weeks at the main rotation and didn't get any red orbs. And then the day I came here, I got 2 red orbs within an hour, and then the next day I got another red orb. So because of that, it gives me the tinfoil that maybe the drop rate's better in the back here. Low blood sugar? Good. Then I'm doing a good job. Keep that sugar out of my system. Disgusting. Ever seen this? What's this? Oh, I did. Yeah. It made you think, right? That was actually one of my favorite videos they put out. I was like, holy shit. Are we all just part of like... Are we all little pieces of a giant being that's being pieced together? Kind of crazy. Are we just one piece of a collection of lived experiences for a superior being? Yo, what's up, Medozen? How you doing? I haven't seen the latest Pistani. Do you have a link to it? Damn, 22 minutes ago. The hell? And he's already got Shroud in there? Holy fuck. He is trying to capitalize on Shroud. He's already got 2 clips of Shroud in there. Was that shit popping off like that? Oh shit! Holy, bad time to jump. Fucking full pack of mobs hitting me. What the hell? You know what I was thinking, Kanjara? They might have to address the respawning issue if they decide to add multiplayer. Otherwise, what are you gonna do? You have your game completed and cleared out, and you invite somebody to your game so you can run around and do nothing? They will have to address that if they add multiplayer to it, right? You would think. What the hell happened to Oka on the back? He's just walking up there. Holy shit. What a goofy moment. Holy fuck. I love that game so much. Yeah. So sometimes you might clear out a base, and then yeah, there's a story or a quest that pops up that requires you to clear it out, and it'll come back, right? It'll become hostile again. But as you finish all the quests, that doesn't happen anymore. It feels like it's happening naturally, but it isn't. It's being triggered by you progressing through the game. So you will reach a point in your progression where there's none of those triggers left. From what I understand, I'm speaking from what I've been hearing. I obviously have not hit the end of the game to experience that yet. I mean, you can find disguises for all the factions. What if they ended up making it so you could wear that disguise and help them build back up and take shit? Just switch sides. Imagine too, you can do that to unlock more quests, right? As you build up like a new faction, like the I can't remember the name of any of the factions right now, but if you like help them build up and build their fort, all of a sudden quests for their faction starts appearing that you could do. That'd be kind of cool. I saw a video that apparently you can have a permanent dragon. Apparently that's something you can work towards. I don't know, maybe it was a mod, but the video did seem like there was a step-by-step process to making the dragon permanent. Are you sure? I'm gonna have to pull the video back up, but I don't remember them mentioning a mod in it at all. I mean, I didn't watch it in its entirety. There's probably a mod that does it too. What's the cooldown on the item that resets it entirely? Zero cooldown. Oh, okay, so that basically makes it permanent then. Yo, Eddie loves me. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Do the minus 10-minute items stack, or are they a consumable? Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna have a little bit of time this evening to play some Crimson Desert since I gotta end the stream here in about an hour and a half. But I did a little bit of prep. Actually, most of the prep. I basically just gotta chop the ham and the potatoes after, and I could do that while I got the other stuff rolling. But I'm gonna actually have some time to chill and play some Crimson Desert tonight, so I'm gonna wrap up a ton more side quests and stuff. I think what I'm going to do too is I think I'm going to modify my spear. I'm going to add the extra crystal slots to it and use it for a bit, because I got a bunch of challenges with the spear that I've been just neglecting. That Goyen fight, though, was so sick. Oh my god. Not because the fight itself was super sick, but just because of the tie-in with BDO, you know? You gotta, as a BDO player, you have a more of a, as a BDO ex-warrior player, you have more of an emotional attachment to it. I can't wait to see what else they have in there. I really hope that I can find Kudum's shield. I should actually have Kudum's shield now that I think about it, because I did kill Kudum, unless I accidentally left it on the ground up there. That seems like a fun game too. Like, I really, really, really hope that they add like a boss. Like up in the abyss. Just put like an arena up there where you can basically fight any of the bosses you previously fought. And it would be cool to have like a challenge mode for it where you can't use revives. You get like maybe 3 pieces of food you can use and you just have to kill the boss. But it's not a live service, move on. I know, it's such a dumb mentality. It's so dumb. It's not a live service, so God forbid they actually have some replayability. Such a dumb take. Such a dumb take. Especially when you take a look at their business strategy with it, right? They basically said that instead of a cash shop or paid DLCs, they're going to be basically doing like free DLCs and try to sell more copies of the original game. In your dreams? Well, that's what they said, right? We'll have to wait and see. There'll come a tipping point where, like, every single time they make a new DLC, you know, sure, that'll bring some new people into the game, but there's obviously a market that's already bought the game that's getting it for free. They don't really, they're not going to be generating their money. So each time they have a new DLC, there's going to be diminishing returns. So I think there will reach a tipping point where they do start, you know, maybe bringing a cash shop. I just hope that cash shop, and it is a single player game, but I hope it stays like cosmetics, like Where Winds Meet. Are all the non-horse mounts temporary? Really? I didn't know that. I don't have any of the other mounts. I still just have the thing. I want to try to get that wolf. The legendary wolf sounds cool. I don't know what the other mounts are. Don't spoil it for me. I'll run into them, but... Buff Awakened Sage, Newlies, you're fighting that good fight, and you have my full support. They added some permanent ones that are not horse? Cool. So I guess maybe just at first they were temporary. I remember the first time I fought a bear and I ended up riding it. That shit felt epic. Almost died to that thing. And then I got off it and didn't realize it was going to attack me and almost died to it again. Oh, looks like the egg just spawned, you guys. Um, 2 weeks ago? I mean, Underwater's been better than Zephyros for a while now. Definitely been longer than 2 weeks, but they're close enough to each other. Zephyros is kind of nice if you like the AFK phase, but I think in general Underwater's better. That might change though as BMCs become more abundant. They are starting to slowly get closer to the precipice of sitting on the market. Yeah, down to 24k. That used to be at 100k and like over 1 million orders on the BMCs themselves, and these are down to 400. So still a little bit of ways to go, but getting there. There for Sage PvE. Seraph is better for PvE, but Sage is pretty good too. Why Magnus skill got a PvP nerf? That was weird. Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag. I mean, Magnus wasn't really great anyways. I honestly think that it's created more usable situations for the Magnus. Like, one of the biggest issues with Suck Sage, for example, is, like, you have a ton of SAs, and, like, it's hard to get your HP back as a Suck Sage. So when you're E-buffed now, having that Magnus to throw that forward guard, but still have the SA from the E-buff, I think actually creates it creates a lot more situations when you're E-buffed where you can use Magnus. But when you don't have E-buff, there's a lot less situations where you can use it. So it's kind of a mixed bag. For Awakened Sage, though, they just basically removed the skill from us. It's just a massively long, locked, telegraphed animation that does very little. It's not ideal in a combo. It's not good trading. It was just something Awakened Sage used for the SA if you knew the target's grab was down. Ba ba da ba. What are the Crimson Desert categories doing? Damn. Multiple people in the top row now are under K. Second row is actually under 200. Holy shit. Viewership for that game is starting to fall off quite dramatically. It's a shame. I would have really loved to be on the front page for that game's release. I wish they would have accepted it. Although, actually, if they would have approved my application for front page, I was hoping that the game would be up at 9 in the morning, and that's what I applied for. So even if I got that window, I would have no longer been on the front page right as the game went live. Did I play it yet? Oh, I've been playing a fuckload of Crimson Desert. I really, really like it. I'm over 100 hours into it now. Crimson Desert has shown me that Pearl Abyss does in fact know how to do bosses, and they do them very well. They still have shown that they suck at story. It's so funny because you have two opposites. BDO actually has a good story, but they suck at telling it. And then you have Crimson Desert, where they have a much better palette for telling the story, but they just had a really shitty story. Which I don't think is that big of a deal for Crimson Desert, to be completely honest. I think it certainly would have helped it for the eyes of the general public. But I do think that there is a hidden benefit of it having like a story that almost feels like the background, where it then allows you to put more emphasis on the story you create for yourself. Because that game, I don't think there's ever going to be any two players who experience that game in the exact same way. The journey for everybody is going to be just vastly different. And I actually think it's a good thing. I think that might be what they were going for based off of the interviews and stuff, right? How Will Powers was answering a lot of questions in regards to that. But anyways, one thing Pearl Abyss did show is they do know how to do bosses. Because bosses in BDO, man, they fucking suck. But Crimson Desert, holy, they are exciting. They feel so epic. Why don't they add them to BDO PvE? Because the engine, right? It's obvious it's engine limitations. That's the whole reason why they made a new engine, right? They have limitations with this engine. It'd be way too much work to overhaul it, because you got to remember, when you overhaul the engine, you also have to overhaul everything that interacts with that part of it that you're changing. And it's a massive, massive undertaking. So, you know, they realized this, and they decided to make a whole new engine for their future IPs. BDO 2 win, that's what I'm fucking talking about. I want BDO 2 so bad on that engine, because, I mean, I want them to release multiplayer first, so we at least have a better idea of what it'll feel like interacting with other players. Because obviously it's a big difference interacting with mobs in a single player game versus interacting with players when you have to have like a peer-to-peer connection. Or even more so if a game becomes an MMO. Now it's no longer peer-to-peer. Now there's a server in between too that both clients have to interact with, right? So as you get larger and larger in terms of like the internet scope of a game, it can dramatically affect how it feels. So, but they did express that they might consider adding multiplayer in the future to Crimson Desert, and that'll give us at least a glimpse into what an MMO could feel like. But there's tons of systems in that game that feel MMO ready. Ooh, my wheels are up for delivery for my chair. I actually might drag my main chair upstairs and put on the new wheels. I'm just using like a shitty chair right now, but I miss my better chair. No, I don't think so. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-da-da-da-do-do-do. Bring up that fucking cowbell, baby. Am I gonna do Guild League? I'm gonna be gone for like almost all of Guild League. They're only doing it for 2 weeks. And I guess I'll be here, obviously, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I'm gone. And then I come back Wednesday, and then Thursday it's gone. So I'm actually out of town for like over half of Crimson Desert. Holy fuck, I got Crimson Desert on the brain. Guild League. Honestly, with us having Guild League with the DP crystals nerfed, it'll be kind of interesting to see how much that has affected Guild League. Because Guild League was affected by that the most, right? The DP stack and losers. So it'll be interesting to see how that's changed. But otherwise, like, I think it's going to feel miserable playing Awakening Sage in there. Because it already felt like you were just trying to get as much damage and kills as you could before you run out of stamina, and then you would die. And then you were just doing that over and over again. And now we have even less to kind of try to chill in and keep ourselves safe to get stand back. People still complain about DP. Oh yeah, DP is still an issue for sure. You gotta remember too, is all these people were running these full DP builds. They might have lost to DR on their Skittles, but ever since the last Guild League, they've all increased their armors. So it's probably gonna feel basically the same. Because a lot of people were AP capped anyways, right? But their armors have progressed. So it might end up just feeling exactly the same. Maybe it's time to play Guardian. Guardian is so back. Never have to worry about Stam. Oh, maybe wait. Yo, maybe I bring out that Suckvelk. Suckvelk might be kind of banging. Go full DP Suckvelk, just healing everybody around you. Fuck yeah. Wait a fucking minute. Yo, what's up? Outa? Guapada? No, they changed Suckvelk this week. Well, I guess on global. It looks like they want Awakened Velk to be like the offensive Velk and Suckvelk to be like a defensive Velk. Where the Suckvelk is more like support and utility for its teammates. Which is kind of cool, to be honest. I've always liked the idea of Suckvelk more than Awakened Velk, so... How's the grinding on Suckvelk? I know it was shit. They pushed it way too hard? Yeah, that's the biggest concern, right? They have a habit of overcorrecting. It's good? Okay. Yo, where you been, by the way, Gladiator? I feel like you've been missing. I was about to actually slip in your DMs and make sure you're all right. Dad's in hospice? Oh, shit. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I send my love to you and your family. Yeah, maybe I should try goofing around a little bit on Suckvelk. I bet Suckvelk looks pretty sick too with the oh, I need to upgrade my main hand. I need to turn it to purple. Fuck. I need 25 more pigments. Maybe I just buy the pigments. Man, I should have put the bowl of onions and stuff that I cut in the fridge. My whole house is gonna fucking smell like onions now. No way you're not full purple? I've been trying to grind them all up myself instead of buy them, but I haven't. I've been saving these since Star's End came out, and I'm only at 75. I had a full drop that I used on my Awaken weapon, and I actually bought one for my offhand yesterday, because I was like, there's no way I'm going to grind out a full second one. I actually still have 2 of my armors, too. I had 2 armor... No, I had 1 armor pigment drop, and I bought the other. And I'm still only at 64 of what I've been collecting. So I'm going to end up having to buy another one of those, too. Probably do my gloves next. Since those are what I'll enhance next. Knowing my luck, as soon as I buy the last one I need, I'll get a full drop. Shit, maybe I should do that. Free money, but... Maybe I'm too busy focused on the silver I'd lose to tax. Maybe I should just be happy. Let's see, favorite, pigments. Yeah, I don't need to buy those, but maybe one of these? I mean, these are mid-price. Yeah, I'm gonna buy one of these. I'm gonna put it on my gloves. And then I'll just keep working towards the boots. It's going to be a while till I finish off the boots anyways. Wait. Oh, that's right. The chest isn't dyed. That's why it's red. I was going to say, I got the purple glow on it, though. It's just not as visible as the helmet is because of... Yeah. Okay, we'll apply that to the gloves. And then I'll wait. I'll grind up the last ones for my boots. I only need 36 more. And then, you know what we'll do? We'll do lusters. Maybe I'll just put up, like... I'll just buy the last of the lusters I need for my main hand. $36 AP buffs? That's just for itself, right? That's not for people around it? Because if it buffs people around it and that stacks with other people's buffs, that's actually kind of insane. Warrior has a ton of self buffs too. Like, people will think like, oh, Awakening Sage has so much AP because when it's passively standing there, it has a 20 AP self buff and a 20 AP passive. But then you look at Warrior, and sure, Warrior doesn't have the 20 AP passive, but it has also, I believe, a 36 AP self buff. So, you know, technically still 4 less than Sage, but the AP difference between classes is a lot smaller than it used to be. Let's see. Basically, you don't have an AP passive, then generally your AP buff is stronger. Am I fucking blind? Oh, Warrior's at the very top. Yeah, I think it's just your block, right? Greatsword defense? 32. Okay, maybe I was mistaken. I thought it was 36. I don't remember the raw innate AP being a big difference. I'm pretty sure the differences manifested themselves once you calculate it in the other stuff. If I'm not mistaken, I could be. You said Warrior and summoned Bicep? I didn't summon him, I awakened him. He was already here, sleeping. Yeah. Well, a lot of times the biggest differences were classes that had passives, and that was typically magic classes. Because I remember when this all happened too, they added Striker and Mystic to the game to cancel out magic classes, because back then DK and Wizards were dominating everything, and they just wanted to add a counter to the game. So you had your Gauntlets who just had passive DR, like massive magic DR, and massive evasion. And basically, if you're a magic class, you couldn't do any damage to them. They were so fucking tanky. So then, as time went on, instead of nerfing the base stats that those classes had, they started just buffing the accuracy and the AP on magic classes like crazy. So now if you weren't one of those classes, you just got lit the fuck up by magic classes. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's a little bit. That's not a massive amount. I mean, 6 AP is still a crystal. Back in the day, though, you'd have some classes that don't have a passive. They don't have really good self buffs, or the self buffs feel unusable. And then you'd have classes like Sage that had a, especially Suck Sage. Suck Sage was crazy. You had a 40 AP, sorry, you had a 20 AP passive, you had a 20 AP self buff, and you had a 16 magic AP self buff. So it was a total of 56 more AP. It was just fucking crazy. And like when you do the math on that, like the amount of gear upgrades you would have to get a 56 AP upgrade, like we were talking like a full set of 10 accessories, or maybe not a full set. Once you factor in brackets at the higher level were like 3, maybe 4 AP. Once you're past 305, it was still like multiple pen accessories versus Tets. 16 AP magic buff? Yeah, they did back in the day. They got rid of a lot of these specific AP self buffs on everything except for, I think there's still some E buffs that have it. But that was another one of the things that they changed. There were classes out there that had specific APs, all APs, and passive AP buffs, which all stacked with each other. Oh yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was Prime Spearbolt had like 16 magic AP. You had the same 20 AP passive that both Sages have, and then Expansion had the 20 AP buff. They all stacked with each other. And then when you were E-buffed, the E-buff gave 30 magic AP. The E-buff, I'm pretty sure... Oh, it's still 30 magic AP. That's also part of the reason why Suck Sage when E-buffed is so demonic. Because all those things stack with each other. Well, everybody has add-ons, so you don't really need to mention those, right? We're talking about the differences between classes. Everybody had the AP from add-ons, so they kind of cancel each other out. They do stack, yeah. Add-ons stack with everything. Well, stacked. I mean, there isn't an AP buff from add-ons anymore. But add-ons stacked. All AP stacks. Magic AP or specific AP in general, because there's magic, melee, and ranged AP, right? Those are all under the category of specific AP. These all stacked with each other. Same with all accuracy and specific accuracy, too. There's some classes that will have an all accuracy buff and some that have a specific accuracy buff, and those two things stacked with each other as well. So if you were a class that had a good spread of all of these stackable buffs, you could end up with basically like the equivalent of like I was saying, a Suck Sage back in the day while E-buffed had more AP, the equivalent amount of AP more as the difference between somebody who was full Tet accessories and full Pen accessories. So think of it this way. It's like the Suck Sage had full Hex accessories back when everybody had full Tet accessory or Pen accessories. And on top of that, Suck Sage had ungodly amounts of accuracy too. They had basically a built-in accuracy offhand. They were the ultimate damage class. They just fucking dropped nuclear bombs on everybody. Oh my god, potato. They still do in large scale now? No? Yeah, well, I mean, all those buffs do still stack, but a lot of classes don't have the stackable buffs anymore. Like, a lot of classes, aside for some specific E-buffs, a lot of classes had their specific APs removed. So now they only have one AP buff, not two that stack with each other. They did that with a ton of classes. Back then, in capped nodes, though, all those AP buffs didn't mean anything because they, it just meant you hit the AP cap that much easier. But there was not really much else you could do. But they later changed it. Now, your buffs actually go beyond the cap. They had 3 stackable. Yeah, I mean, you had the add-ons. You had normal minus DR. But let's be honest, Realm of Anguish, you weren't using that in PvP. Another Super Collider incident? Wait, what? We now live in the reality Cannon didn't play BDO pre-deck changes. Yeah, he said that yesterday, and I immediately was like, huh? That's not true. And to be fair, it was 2.5 years ago, so I don't blame him for maybe not remembering the timeline so much. I think he was just trusting the people around him who were simping for him. But he definitely did play before then, and Lunarlay actually just put out a video proving it. Is he? Did he watch the latest video? Somebody put out a video. Not somebody. Lunarlay put out a video. Fact checking him on that shit. I honestly don't think that matters, though. I think the main thing is I don't think Cannon was the main driving factor behind that change. I think it was the situation that was going on in KR that was absolutely blowing up. And that's what Cannon should be saying. Because that is much, much, much more reasonable. Like, what Cannon should be saying is, yeah, there was a big thing going on in KR. A streamer was being harassed quite ferociously, as well as, you know, Brobear and Cannon were definitely getting harassed, no matter what you want to call it. They were absolutely getting harassed on NA. But now him trying to say that he didn't play BDO until after that change happened is provably false. It's provably false, because you can take a look at the patch note where that change happened, and you can go to Twitch Tracker and see which games he was streaming. And he was streaming BDO for like a full month before that change came in. So, and unfortunately, because he's confused this timeline, and I genuinely am giving him the benefit of the doubt, I think he's confusing it. I don't think he's purposely trying to rewrite history. I think he's just, you know, it was a long time ago, right? He's been, you know, balls deep in so many other MMOs since then. But him doubling down on this, which is provably false, is unfortunately just going to fan the flames. Because a lot of people aren't going to look at it as just confusion. people are going to look at it. The canon haters out there are going to look at it as he's trying to be deceptive, and that's just going to light an even bigger fire under their asses. Yeah, you're talking about pirate software. But I genuinely believe that it, and I'm not saying the canon situation didn't maybe contribute to the decision, but decision was 100% primarily driven by that female streamer in Korea who was getting ruthlessly harassed. And then they probably said, okay, well, this streamer on KR is getting ruthlessly harassed, and we see streamers on NA getting harassed. So yeah, I guess we'll do this. So maybe it contributed, but it wasn't the main driving factor for sure. This song just keeps going, doesn't it? Have I finished Crimson Desert? I have not, no. Does anyone have a code I can send to a friend to play Black Desert with me? There might be somebody in chat. I don't know if there's codes available right now, but there might be somebody. Was there a change to the Urzekia grind spot within the past 6 months? I don't think so, no. Oh, I haven't been there in a long time, so maybe they did do changes to it. I don't think they did, but I might be mistaken. They removed the Elvia dungeons and it bugged ores. Oh, is it bugged right now? Maybe. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier about Crimson Desert. I guess I should be careful what I say by Septimus. I hope I didn't accidentally spoil something for you, but there's a cool moment that I think you will really, really like later on in the game. That we'll just say, as a former Warrior player, it got me a little tingly. And that's all I'll say. No comment. Wait, is Cannon no longer doing the free-to-play? I think he's logged on his old account right now, isn't he? Maybe he decided to give up on the free-to-play? I mean, I don't blame him. I honestly think his best bet is to lean into PvP, swipe like crazy, gear that shit up, and just start swinging. So Cannon was going to join him instead of doing his free-to-play on KR. Actually, Cannon yesterday was going to do his free-to-play on NA. He decided that he wanted to do it on NA instead because he did want to play with Shroud, but he still was going to do his free-to-play. And they were both going to join Family. But Skeptic declined Cannon from Family yesterday. Whatever pisses off people more, that's my take. That might work in your favor, Kanjara. If you take a look at the Reddit, I think more people would side against you than with you. For some reason, people don't want respawnable mobs in Crimson Desert. So that might mean Biseptimus is on your side. Yeah, apparently, like, a lot of forts and stuff you get taken by NPC factions. That's triggered by like quests and stuff as you progress through the game. And if you're trying to 100% the game, you'll reach a point where you've completed all the quests, and now there's no quests to trigger respawns. So basically, the world just starts to feel more and more empty, aside from some random bandits on the sides of roads. So there are some challenges that apparently if you don't do before you clear some areas for the last time, then you can't actually complete those challenges, making it impossible for you to actually 100% the game. So 100% in the game was a bonus puzzle to solve. Wait, it kind of is when you think about it. Wait a fucking minute. Yeah, you failed that puzzle, Kanjara. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if you've confirmed if there's anything you're locked out of yet, but... Oh. I'd personally like to see it happen more naturally. Where if you just leave like a certain bandits alive, like they might take a small house, and if you leave them, then maybe they'll take an adjacent house, and you know, if you just kind of leave them to their own devices, they'll eventually take a fort and reclaim like a whole area. Oh no! Oh no! My dad just posted on Facebook how to add a friend. I think what he was doing is he thought that it was a search field. He was typing that in. Oh man. He's fine doing it all on the computer, but he's trying to do it all on his new phone. He's 74 years old now, and he got his very first cell phone. And it's a smartphone, so he's feeling a little overwhelmed with it. I was helping him quite a bit when he was over here for Easter. You running AOA here? Oh, I'm just beating mobs. I'm just beating up mobs. Would be pretty cool if you did. I gotta leave in 30 minutes. Oh, all out attack. Actually, I had no idea. I thought you meant Arena of Arsha. I'm actually running XP Lightstones. That makes more sense. What do you mean, Kelb? I am a prolific PvPer. The fuck you trying to say? No, I believe you. I don't think you do. I don't. Yeah, well, you don't believe shit. You don't even know when to press Alt-C. You did something stupid? How about you update me on when you don't do something stupid, because that'll take less time. Just kidding, Nikki. What's up? What'd you do this time? This TLDR is I went red and lost a lot of crystals, but I got a treasure piece. Wait, you did it again? Oh, you got a treasure piece when you're getting the karma back from it. Ah. So how's that doing something stupid? Unless you went red a second time. What am I carrying you in AOS? Oh, I don't do practice AOS. I find practice AOS very boring. You basically run a pre-made, and every non-pre-made you run into, you fucking roll over them. This. Oh yeah, 25-minute queue. Fuck. I feel like it's more important now than ever with all these big streamers coming to BDO, returning to BDO. I think it's more important now than ever to expose their communities to what BDO can be before they get settled into just thinking that this game is all about circles. It's actually pissing me off that they're not releasing Solaire right now. You need to get Nikki in your party and queue up Kelb. That'll lower your elo. You're too high rated. Gonna go watch Netflix? What you watching first before you go? Part of me wants to see if I can actually take a lot of the skills in Crimson Desert and rebind them. Like, have, like, rebind all the different kicks you can do to involve F. Rebind all of the block stuff you can do to revolve around Q. Like, shit like that. See how similar you could make it feel. I guess the kicks are F, right? I think a lot of the kicks are F. But all the block stuff is around control. I wish they would have kept that Q. From what I understand, too, if you rebind control your block to something else, it does mess with the way you interact with a lot of stuff. What's this, potato? Aww. Yeah, I added it. Look at that fucking duck. Look at that fucking duck just disappear. Any good movie suggestions? I've been more about TV shows lately, not movies. We got lots of good stuff going on right now. Invincible, the latest One Piece live action. The Boys is starting in a couple of days. Basically anything Taylor Sheridan. Well, maybe I'll call it here. I was going to go another 15 minutes, but I actually want to do a little bit more dinner prep. That show is popping off. Which one? Oh, Invincible. Yeah. Oh, and another ring. 8 rings this morning. God damn. That's pretty fucking good. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, chat. Is there a new season of Invincible? Yeah, there is. Episode 6 is out. I think episode 7 is coming out tomorrow. I'm actually behind though. I've only actually watched I think the first 2 episodes of the season. I might try to watch some more with the wife tonight. I'm also going to be out of town for a week, so like I need something to watch while I'm in hotel rooms, so I might be just chilling with the wife watching that while we're out of town. Oh, is it 4? What am I thinking that had 6 episodes out? I might be confusing it with something else. Shit, well maybe me and my wife will just have to catch up tonight then if there's only 2 or 3 episodes. Okay, chat, I'm gonna head out. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I think I'm gonna send you guys over to Kiwi. Go say hi. Go be nice. Behave yourselves. Especially you, John. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll see you all tomorrow.